Alright, everybody, I think we are good to be live. Welcome back to the wonderful world of Pokemon Scarlet and or Violet once I get my controller on. But this is 5 years to the day since I uploaded my first YouTube video. Therefore, this is the first day of Stream Extravaganza 2026. We're going to be doing a bunch of fun content this week. And I wanted to start it off with one of my favorite series, which is Beat Me, Take My Pokemon. How you doing, Joshua Gray? Wait just a second. I'm going to pull the live stream up my phone here real quick. It looks like I might be having some lag issue. Hold on while I see if I can figure this out. Oh, that's very laggy. No, great. How are you? I'm doing just fine. If it wasn't for some reason I was losing frames. Oh, maybe your frames are back. Maybe it naturally worked itself out. I try moving around just a bit now. Okay, had a little heart scare there. I don't know why the stream just decided to lose frames. I hope that doesn't happen again because that hasn't happened in a while. But it looks like our frames are good now. Just gonna watch the live stream move around a little bit. Let me look at my boxes. Let me do some organization here. Okay, I stopped moving, but I can see that the screen in the background is fine, and my OBS is telling me now that I'm fine. So it's fine. Seems like it worked out. So the only duplicates that I have left are Girafarig, which is not a bad one, Tatsugiri, which I kind of want to get rid of, Talonflames, who aren't bad ones, probably pretty future-proof, these Talonflames, Root Bonnets, still got all the Indeedys? No, this one. Why are the Indeedys spaced out like this? Oh, this is not... Okay, this is not one of my Indeedys. This is something I got traded for. So that spot is vacant. It isn't no good attack, though. Do I have a better... Yeah, I probably have a better reject. I think I'm just gonna get rid of this one. So ideally, I get rid of 2 Indeedys, a Pelipper, a Raichu. Maybe I want to keep the Raichus, though. Now that there's going to be Mega... I need 2 Mega Raichus. I need one for each set. Maybe I want to hold on to these now, even though one of them is probably going to be a physical attacker with what's it called? Volt Tackle with Legends ZA. I guess I get out some real speed tiers and stuff since this is going to be the last one. I don't know. If anybody uses this information to their advantage, I will be supremely impressed. With all the speed steer, all the stuff. Outspeed me if you speed creep me by 1 point if you really want to. That would be really funny. Started badly too late, but I'm currently on my way to fight Larry, so I don't know if I'd be much of a challenge. Well, the purpose of this is to gain, like, VGC experience, if you ever heard about competitive Pokemon. So if you wanted to, you could try to, I could give you, like, a team paste, and you could try it out for, like, a well-built team that works within the format. You also need Nintendo Online to battle other people, but just thought I'd throw that out there in case you don't have that. I'm open for just to see if there's anybody who wants to battle that doesn't have chatting ability. Let's do link battle, and today's link battle code is going to be 78554 366. Anybody have Nintendo Online? Okay, great. There tends to be a lot of people who come in and they're like, can I battle you even though I don't have Nintendo Online? And it's like, that's not how it works. It's not how any of this works. You gotta be right next to a person. If you're right next to me, I'm gonna freak out. Because that would be really weird. Let me use my other phone to do some team research, maybe. If you got any Pokemon that you like using, you could let me know. There's a big Excel spreadsheet full of teams that people use. Let me just boot up my Switch. Yeah, no time. Or no worries about the time. Hi, Stormtrooper to Business Suit. How you doing? Good to see ya. Ooh, this team has a Glamora on it. Maybe able to convince Crab for some battle shenanigans. I mean, whatever works, works. This is the last one for this format, so it's either go big or go home. And we gotta wait till Champions comes out, where I cook up some more teams. Alright, official rules 1. Oh, I didn't go over the bounty boards, but let me put those up. Bounty sheet Pokemon. Bring these guys. Do their things. If you need me to explain more, then I'll explain it more, but for now, I think that's sufficient. Oh, we lost each other. Yeah, Joshua Gray, if you want to use a rental team, so that way you don't have to use your in-game team, I can give you one of those. I can show you how to enter a rental team if you want. I think that would be the best way to get some experience. Here, what you do for rental teams is you go to Battle Stadium, and then you do rental teams, and then you do borrow battle teams. And all my slots are currently full right now with all the Pokemon, but you would pick one of these slots, and then you go to where it says enter code. I'll give you some options to pick from with some codes for good teams that you can use. It might not work, but you can try them at least. Here's one you can try. And let me try. This one's a good team. And let me see if I can find something more recent, maybe. Just in case those two might be old. Alright, try one of those as a rental team and see if any of them work. If not, I can pull up some more. Oh, you're close. I moved chat over onto my computer so that way I can go into the Excel document. See if I can find some Reg F teams just in case those three don't work. Keep that searching. What's banned again for me? I know Torkoal is and some other things. Let me check my notepad. Let's see. It's Wheezing, Statics, Torkoal, and Dondozo. Well, GG, I tried. It might work better later. You know, internet fluctuates sometimes. You never know. Okay, that code should definitely work. In case your internet ever gets to a spot where it gets a little bit better, you can try that code. And that'll definitely give you a team. Alright. If we can get through this quickly. We grab this team randomly. Today was also Grookey Community Day in Pokemon Go. I did get some shiny Grookeys. Not any that I'm too crazy about. But I got some pretty strong Relabooms out of it, so I can't complain too much. And I got a good enough Great League Relaboom so that if Relaboom ever becomes good in Great League, I can use it there. Just, it will time us out if we take too long on this screen, Joshua, so try and pick your Pokemon a little quickly. Especially if you haven't gotten one of those teams yet that I posted. I think those would be really, really helpful. Okay, here we are. Got 3 not fully evolved Bonds, a Tauros, a Floatzel, and a Lycanroc. None of these Pokemon can deal with Expanding Force, so I think I'm gonna leave this, and then let's bring this Pokemon in the back. Opal and Fireball. I wonder who's who. The joke is that Fireball is obviously the fire type. Alright, so Didi's gonna set up our 6th seed here. And we're gonna follow me. And we're gonna go for Trick Room. The Lycanroc could have Rock Slide, and if it's no guard, then there's not a chance for it to miss. We'll see what happens. Goes for Foul Play into Indeedee, but our low attack IV makes it so that damage reduced. And Snarl is pretty good here. They'll lower both Indeedee and Hatterin's special attack. Now Hatterin gets up the Trick Room. And Helping Hand with Hatterin. And go for Expanding Force. Didi helps out Hatterin, giving it a damage boost. Hatterin gives off the Expand Force. And even with our special attack drop, we're able to safely KO both there. Next up is Hades, the Tauros. Curly also comes in. It will trace the Psychic Surge, so if we were 5 turns in the battle, we'd be getting Psychic Surge set up again. Tauros does have Intimidate, which is pretty good. Too bad we're both special attackers here. And... I think Helping Hand, Dazzling would just be better. I think the Curlia might survive it. Nope, okay. Curlia didn't take it. Probably because Hatterin does Life Orb. I'm used to thinking it's Twisted Spoon nowadays. I think the Life Orb got us the KO there. So, you want to try it again, Joshua Gray, or do you want to grab one of those teams that I had posted before? I think you do a lot better with a rental team. It is best of 3, so you can keep going, but if you want to grab a rental team, I think now would be the best time. Want me to show you how to do the rental teaming thing again? Just let me know. How do I rentals? Alright, so what you do is you go to Battle Stadium right here. And then you go down to rental teams. Pick one of these, and then you'll click borrow battle teams. And then all of mine are full right now because I've got rental teams in them, but yours will be empty spaces. And what you'll do is you'll click on it, and then it'll tell you to enter code. And then you'll pick one, preferably the most recent code. You'll enter that one. The XWHJNY code. And then I'll give you a rental team that you can use that was made by somebody else. So just let me know when you got one of those rental teams, and then we can try it again. You can get a little bit more accurate experience rather than just using the in-game team. Alright, I'm gonna start searching again. And we'll do official rules 1. And I think I'm gonna pick this team randomly. Alright, quite a team here with Buttermane and Raging Bolt. Also seems to have a Trick Room mode with Cresselia and Ursaluna. Pretty good combo there. I think I'm going to approach this team with Grimmsnarl and Scizor in front. And then Archaludon and Helper in back. Alright, in comes Amoonguss and Cresselia. We are pretty weak to sleep here. I think my best move would be to try and get rid of the Cresselia. I'm going to double it before I can get Trick Room. If Amoonguss does something, it does something. Bug Bite does a lot of damage into Cresselia here. Spirit Break and Grimmsnarl is going to follow up, but Cresselia is pretty tanky, so it gets to live, unfortunately. Drops the Spatak at least. Spore is going to put Scizor to sleep. Cresselia is going to get up the Trick Room. Okay. So I can either have Grimmsnarl take a sleep turn, or Scizor's gotta take a sleep turn here, no real bones about it. I think I'm gonna try and knock off Amoonguss, even though it's not gonna work. Sludge Bomb into Grimmsnarl, maybe making me wish I set up a light screen, but Grimmsnarl is actually slower than this Cresselia in Trick Room, which is not something that I would have expected. Scizor takes a sleep turn. Now in comes Raging Bolt. And I'm going to set up a light screen, and I think I'm going to try and knock it off, because it didn't reveal that it had booster energy, so it might be Specs, might be Life Orb. Amoonguss is going to Rage Powder here. Grimmsnarl does get up the light screen. Raging Bolt goes for the Thunderclap, but unfortunately it went into Grimmsnarl, and Grimmsnarl already moved. Which makes me kind of want to go for Thunder Wave here. I'll keep Amoonguss a little bit more in check, maybe. I'm also running out of turns of Trick Room, which is good. Amoonguss goes for Protect here. Grimmsnarl goes for the Thunder Wave, but it goes into Amoonguss's Protect. Scizor is still asleep, taking the 3-turn sleep here. Thunderbolt is going to hurt Scizor for quite a bit. Raging Bolt revealed itself to be Life Orb. Thunder Wave into Amoonguss here, and what does Amoonguss decide to do? It couldn't move because paralyzed, so we're never gonna know. That is a little unfortunate for Amoonguss. Scizor does get the Wake Up turn. Gets the knockoff here into Raging Bolt, dealing a critical hit, which is extra unfortunate. Scizor takes some own damage from its own Life Orb. Thunderbolts into Scizor, and that's going to take down Scizor. But now the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. We're going to bring in Pelipper here. Pelipper is going to set up the rain with its Drizzle ability. And I think I'm going to do a Spirit Break, and then we're going to use Terra Ground here. Amoonguss does go for the Rage Powder. I'm going to keep Raging Bolt safe. Raging Bolt goes for the Thunderclap, but Pelipper is now a ground type, so it does not get affected by that. Hurricane does nearly enough damage to KO Amoonguss. Spirit Break on the follow-up is enough to KO Amoonguss. Takes some damage from the Rocky Helmet. Pelipper is a pelican-like Pokemon. It is pretty neat. Okay, Ursaluna is now on the field. There's really not much that I can do to it. I think I'm going to reflect for my Pokemon in the back. Actually, it might be kind of a fast... Nah, I think my best move, if I'm keeping it simple, is just to Spirit Break and then Weather Ball. Alright, Raging Bolt goes for Protect, wanting to save itself for a turn. Ursaluna goes for the Earthquake, actually being pretty fast. But it also hasn't gotten its guts off yet. Lands the critical hit on Pelipper. Pelipper now gets off the Weather Ball, which is going to be a big super effective damage to Ursaluna. And now it is Raging Bolt versus the world. So we can bring in our Caledon. I love Battle Bond Greninja, but it's a shame it's not allowed in ranked online. Oh, is it not really? I didn't know that. I just assumed that very few people have one, so it doesn't come up very often. Let's keep it simple. Let's go for the Body Press, and the Weather Ball does more damage here. Body Press does that much. Raging Bolt goes for the Draco Meteor. It is going to activate our Caledon's stamina, prolonging the battle here a little bit. Oh, Weather Ball hits Raging Bolt, and that's going to pick up the KO. How did I do? I mean, you definitely did better. That's very good. I liked the part initially where you used Amoonguss to put a Pokemon to sleep and then you set up the Trick Room. I just don't think that you got very good use out of the Trick Room turns, but that's something that you could experiment with a little bit more, maybe. I think what would have been really good is if you swapped Cresselia or Amoonguss right away into Ursaluna, and then you could get your Guts active with burning yourself on your Flame Orb. And then once Trick Room ends, you could bring in Raging Bolt, who would get a little bit more play. Battle Bond is considered like legendary or mythical or something strange. Can't be used in Reg J, I, and G. That is interesting. Alright, let's just use this team next. Alright, same team as last time. And what should I do? I think using Combo first makes... But if the Cresselia is Moonblast, it's not so great. I think I do this, and this. Alright, Cresselia and Incineroar have hit the field, and my Incineroar and Kamao have hit the field. And my Incineroar is going first in Intimidates, which means that my Incineroar is faster. I honestly think my best move is to Klangrisol, and then fake out their Cresselia. It could be Covert Cloak. We'll see. Okay, Cresselia actually protects here, which is good for us, because we don't have to fake out anyways. So you fake out into a Protect Shield. Thornor goes to fake out into our Kammo. Kammo flinches and can't move. Get a little bit of HP back from our leftovers. Okay. This does change a little bit. What I want to do is I think I want to go for Aura Sphere into Incineroar and then knock off into Cresselia. Now that I know I'm not going to be getting faked out on this turn. We are risking a little bit whether or not this Cresselia has Moonblast. But I don't think it would knock us out. If it's going for Moonblast, then it's not setting up Trick Room. Alright, we're going to see Incineroar leave. And it is going to enter Ursaluna. We get Aura Sphere off. And that does pretty good damage to Ursaluna. We get knockoff into Cresselia there. Get rid of its Mental Herb. Now Cresselia gets up the Trick Room. Ursaluna is going to get burned. So Ursaluna is a pretty big threat right now. I think it's probably going to take a KO. I don't think it can KO both of my Mons, though, because if it goes for Earthquake, I think Kammo will survive it. I think the best way to do this would be to Terra Ghost my Incineroar. Or I just swap it in DD. Yeah, I think I swap it in maybe Sack and DD. But I also kind of need Incineroar to attack this turn. Maybe I should have swapped in a DD and the Terrastal covers me. Cresselia goes for Protect. Not only going to take damage this turn. And Incineroar is actually slower than Ursaluna inside the Trick Room. I did not see that one coming. But that did cause me to use my Terra. Depending on what they have in the back, maybe the Raging Bolt, and they have an attacker left still at least. I think I'm going to swap in DD here. And actually Exeggutor as well, because then Exeggutor will be Grass type, so it can be immune to being powdered. Psychic Seed is going to activate. Goes for Spore, but it ends up being into Exeggutor, and Exeggutor's Grass type, and Grass types aren't affected by Spore. And Cresselia does reveal the Moonblast, but it doesn't do too much damage to a DD, which is good. I think I just Helping Hand, and I click Expanding Force, and I see what happens. Cresselia is going to swap out for Incineroar. Oh, that's right, we did see Incineroar before. It's going to lower both of the Pokemon on the field's attack. And it is a Dark type, so it will not take any damage from the Expanding Force. Spore comes out into Indeedee, putting it to sleep. Our Expanding Force comes out. And that's going to be able to pick off super effective KO into a Mungus. And we're going to see Cresselia return to the field. And I don't think they're going to attack into the Indeedee slot. Maybe they will, but I think getting in Incineroar and pretty much just sacking Exeggutor here I think is good. I don't really have a use for Exeggutor anymore. I could try putting Cresselia to sleep, but I think it would be better to try and chip it with Giga Drain. We're going Flare Blitz into Exeggutor, nearly taking Exeggutor out. Exeggutor actually manages to live there. Cresselia goes for the Lunar Blessing. Just going to heal itself and Incineroar a bit. Giga Drain gets some chip on Cresselia. Twisted Dimensions have now returned to normal. And I think I'm going to Snarl, and I think now the sleep is worth it if Cresselia is going to be Lunar Blessing. Many Lunar Blessings. Alright, we go for the sleep and we land our 75% chance. Snarl comes out, does some chip to both bonds. Incineroar goes for knockoff into my Incineroar. My Incineroar takes super effective damage, losing its Agua Berry. Cresselia takes its sleep turn. I think it would just be good to double into the slot here. Cresselia wakes up immediately and gets to go for Protect, so this is really good for the opponent here, because I doubled into that slot. Their Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz, which is going to KO. Fair enough. Wasn't sure if it would. So you had that Intimidate down. I maybe could have been Intimidate cycling with Indeedee a little bit there. But no, Weirdness disappears from the battlefield. I could bring Indeedee back in if I wanted to use that, but I don't have too much of a problem with it right now. I thought we might lose connection there with the other person. Aura Sphere into Incineroar. And we're going to Sleep Powder in Cresselia. Try and put it to sleep again. Hamo gets off Aura Sphere. Just good damage into Incineroar. Exeggutor goes for the Sleep Powder but misses Cresselia. Moonblast comes out. Does a little bit less than half to Kamo. Incineroar goes for the U-turn. Pretty safely KOs Exeggutor. Oh, and we lost each other. It had been unfortunate, but what would happen there is that Kamo KOs Incineroar, and then Cresselia doesn't KO Kamo, and then I would bring in Indeedee. Even though Indeedee's asleep. I think Kamo and Indeedee would be able to finish that one out. Hi, John Peaky the Musician, how you doing? Just when I was getting somewhere, yeah, that one's a tad bit unfortunate. But Joshua Gray, you did show improvement. And this is the last day. So if you would like to link trade for a Pokemon, I would be more than willing to give you one. Alright, this is the field of what we have left. Seems like you don't have Fluttermane, Indeedee, Torkoal, Grimmsnarl, Helper. You can pick anything you want out of this box. Wait, 5-year anniversary? Yep, it's 5 years exactly since I uploaded my first YouTube video. Just let me know which one you want to pick, Joshua Gray. The Amoonguss? We don't have Amoongus's, but we do have Brute Bonnet. That is, if you want to pick that one, you can have it, but, yeah, just double checking. Brute Bonnet is a lot like Amoonguss. They're a little different, but they're very, very close. Probably about as close as two Pokemon can be, other than, like, Gardevoir, Gallade, who come from the same evolutionary line. Brute Bonnet? Okay. Just double checking. And just a regular old Phalanx will do. Happy anniversary. Well, thank you, John Pika. I appreciate that. Oh, my trade screen is still messed up. Oh, well. Alright, the battle floor is now open, yet again. I will wait for the live stream to catch up, and then I will start searching. Alright, live stream is caught up, and now I am searching. Alright, we've got Stormtrooper in a business suit. Back at it again. Choosing the rules. I shall beat you, Fire. I mean, I hope so. Let's see what we got. I'm going to... Let's go with this team. Alright, looks like we've got a Steelworker team with Scizor, Arkeldon, and King Gambit all benefiting from it. But it's also a Grassy Terrain team because we have Rillaboom and Go-Go, who has the Grassy Terrain-based ability. What do I do here? I think my best option is to lead this Pokemon and this Pokemon, and then... I think this Pokemon and this Pokemon should probably come. So Rillaboom isn't doing any damage to anything that's here. And I don't think I need Grimmsnarl to decrease the... Maybe I could use Grimmsnarl here, but I think the other members are too valuable. Oh, I should put up the bounty board whenever I'm not battling. Gotta remember that. Alright, Go-Go and Rillaboom, both shiny. Both actually matching shiny color? I never realized that about Rillaboom and Go-Go, is that their shiny leaf color matches each other. That's great. Sneasler is going to get its Grassy Seed activated for free, even though I didn't bring my Rillaboom. But that is also true of Go-Go. Go-Go's also going to get a defense boost here. Torkoal is going to set up the Drought. Now, both of these Pokemon have to swap out if they don't want to take a Fire-type attack, or they have to Terrasilize into a different type. It's very possible there could be Steel types, but I think going for a Dire Claw here is fairly risky. I think what I'm going to do is coaching into Torkoal, and then... Actually, we're going to Dire Claw Rillaboom, and then the Heat Wave with Torkoal. I think Torkoal's going to get faked out. We are going to see a Terastallization from the opponent here. And it is on Go-Go. And Go-Go is going to become Terra Water. Rillaboom does fake out into Torkoal, which makes perfect sense to me. Rillaboom takes a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage. Dire Claw comes out, and that's just going to one-hit KO Rillaboom with a critical hit. Maybe a tad bit unfortunate there, but Rillabooms tend to be more special bulky, so that might have KO'd anyways. And Go-Go going for the Leech Seed. Torkoal flinches and can't move. Gets Grassy Terrain recovery. Leech Seed saps away some of Sneasler's health. Ooh, we might be losing some frames. Scizor is now on the field. I think I'm just gonna give Torkoal some defense boost here, and then go for Heat Wave. Leech Seed's going to come out. Scizor goes for knockoff into Torkoal. We're just going to get rid of our Rocky Helmet, but also hurt Torkoal with the Rocky Helmet. Torkoal gets off Heat Wave, and that's going to KO Scizor. Sneasler has his HP restored. Go-Go has his HP restored. Torkoal has his HP restored. But now everybody's going to be taking some Leech Seed damage from the Go-Go. Now King Gambit is going to be revealed to be the last Mon, and it's the Supreme Overlord King Gambit. And it can't Terastallize, so I'm going to close combat that spot, and we'll throw in another Heat Wave. King Gambit's going to protect. That makes perfect sense to me. Go goes for the Horn Leech into Sneasler. Go gets off another Heat Wave. No burn on the Go-Goat there. Everybody gets some grassy terrain recovery. Go close combat again. I think just fishing for the Heat Wave burn is still the best thing that we can be doing with Torkoal. Close combat into King Gambit is going to KO it. And now it is Go-Goat versus the world, trying to get off a Leech Seed for whatever reason, maybe expecting a switch. Go goes for the Heat Wave, and it does get the Heat Wave burn into Go-Goat. Leech Seed has set Sneasler's health to be below half now. And Leech Seed is going to sap some of Torkoal's health to be close to half. Go-Go takes some burn damage, and one more turn until Grassy Terrain ends. I think the best thing to do would be to swap in King Gambit here, and then Earth Powers for the Spadef drop, I think, would be the best thing that we can do. No, the burn. I mean, if we kept throwing the Heat Waves, it was bound to happen eventually, but Go-Go also has a Milk Drink. Has Go-Go revealed all of its moves now? Horn Leech, Leech Seed, Milk Drink. Has it done anything different other than that? I don't think so. I think it's only revealed 3 moves to us so far. But in just a moment, Grassy Terrain is going to disappear, which means that Go-Go is going to lose its ability in the Grass Pelt, which I definitely know off the top of my head and didn't need to take those 5 seconds to think about. It was more so for dramatic effect that I did that. It does still have the defense boost from the Grassy Seed. As a bulky Go-Goat, it is definitely a bulky Go-Goat Kid Cop. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name, but Quinoon? Quinoon Jung? How you doing? Thanks for coming out. Leech Seed on King Gambit is slowly sapping away King Gambit's health. We're going to use coaching, and we're going to try and make King Gambit yoked. Leech Seed is going to come out into Sneasler. King Gambit goes for Countdown Cleave. And King Gambit's yokedness. King Gambit's high attack stat means that it KOs the Go-Go. Gotta go, but it was fun battling. I think this was my first online battle. I had a blast. I think I got the competitive bug now. Anyways, have fun and chill stream fire. Well, thanks so much, Joshua. That means a lot that you said that. I hope you learn more about competitive. And if you want to battle again in the future, especially when Champions comes out, I'm going to be going crazy during Champions. You're welcome anytime. Alright, so that one was a dub for me. You know what, this team's feeling lonely. We haven't used it yet. We'll go with this team. Go-Go may have taken some damage from that. An unfortunate amount of damage. Alright, looks to be the same team as last time. Last time we didn't see Berserker or Archaludon, who I thought we would. I think we're pretty likely to see Rillaboom and Go-Go here again, if I had to guess. How good that is for me, I am unsure of. I think I should use this Pokemon. I'm not crazy about these other Pokemon. This is a hard team with so many steel types. I think it's not crazy to bring this Pokemon and then have... Do I not bring Dozo mode here? Yeah, I think just for the sake of simplicity, since this is the second battle, I'm not going to overthink the team too much, but I'm going to bring Dozo mode and we'll see how this team handles Dozo mode. Yoon is fine? Is that how you want me to say it? Like that? Or Eun, maybe? Okay, Archaludon and King Gambit. I thought I had Will-O-Wisp on my Talonflame, and that was the main reason that I was supposed to be here. Okay, we're gonna Protect. I mean, the Earthquake is probably not a good idea. I should probably get my guts off. Archaludon's gonna leave. And Scizor is going to take its place. So they either bring Rillaboom or Go-Go, which means... Dozomud seems a little bit more viable. King Gambit is going to Terra Dark. It could Swords Dance, maybe? And Double Protect. King Gambit goes for Flame. Okay. I'm assuming it was flinging an Iron Ball. I think what I do is I go for Tailwind, and then I go for... Earthquake probably doesn't KO, but I think it does enough damage to both. Where I can bring in Dozo and then it can Earthquake. King Gambit's gonna leave. If this is Rillaboom, it's gonna decrease the damage of the Earthquake. No, it's Berserker. Okay, they went full Steel here. Is this like a Choice Band Bullet Punch Scizor? Is that my... We'll see. It might KO Ursula. Okay. So Earthquake manages to pick off Berserker and does big damage to Scizor at the cost of a good bit of her health. But now we got the Tailwind at least. Also, hello, Esturge. How you doing? Steely Spirit and Grassy Terrain to lower the EQ damage. Yeah, unfortunately, Grassy Terrain was not brought there, so our EQ is not nerfed and damaged in the slightest. But I think Dual Wing Beat into... it could be a bait. It could go back into our Caledon and get a defense boost. I think I'm going to taunt the King Gambit and... if first Luna goes down... Ursaluna is probably in Sucker Punch range. I think I Dual Wing Beat and Protect. Okay, Scizor is going to leave. And our Caledon is going to come in. So the worst has happened. It did not Sucker Punch, though, so I could have gone for the Facade. It's also not Sturdy. Or it's not... Stamina. What am I talking about? Kowtow Cleaves full on into Talonflame. Alright, well there goes Talonflame. King Gambit does get hurt by the Rocky Helmet at least, though. Ursaluna takes some damage from the burn. So, what I could do is I can... oh, I don't have Earthquake, I have Stomping Tantrum. That's not as good. I could, like, try swapping in Tatsugiri because it has a Focus Sash, and then attack with Ursaluna. I think I do that. So Dondozo is unaware, so our Caledon goes for any stat boost with potential Power Herb Electro Shot here. You will be unaware to it. And also, if King Gambit had gone for Sword Stance, we'd be unaware to that too. Dondozo Stomping Tantrum comes out into our Caledon, does that much damage. Caledon goes for the Draco, does that much damage. King Gambit goes for the Kowtow, so they did predict an attack here. Okay, so King Gambit can Sucker Punch. And then Tatsugiri is going to get hit. And then I'm going to be out of Tailwind. I think I try and waterfall this. Okay, what I should have done is I thought King Gambit would Sucker Punch for sure, but it didn't go for it there. Because I could have taken our Caledon and then this would be better off for me. But now it's a little bit worse. Our bear is slow. King Gambit goes for Protect here. Personally, I prefer Tough Claws over Steely Spirit. I mean, sure. There's a usage case for both of those. I think the usage cases for Steely Spirit are a lot higher, but there's surely a scenario where Tough Claws benefits you over Steely Spirit if you wanted to use, like, a full crit Night Slash set, maybe. So I think what happens is that Scizor Bullet Punches Tatsugiri. So I need to Earthquake and hope that Kingambit, for whatever reason, doesn't go for Sucker Punch again. And I Muddy Water or hope that it KOs both. Okay, Bullet Punches into Ursulina is the move that they need. Tatsugiri gets Muddy Water, misses Kingambit. And Kingambit goes for the countdown. I know this Kingambit does tend to be AV, and I think AV would live the Muddy Water, but if not, then Tatsugiri landing the Muddy Water did matter there. But that's the gamble that you take. Close one there. It was close. Was indeed close. The real eating money mo between these teams, and I think I will bring this team. Okay, steel types and grass again. How do I want to engage? I think Kamo and D is very good at engaging here. And then Incineroar, Torkoal seems pretty good. I think I do that. By the way, it's my Fling Fallen Boost Gambit runs Big Nugget. Oh, right. I forgot you flung your item. So it wasn't Assault Vest on Kingambit. And if I had landed that Muddy Water, it definitely would have KO'd the Kingambit. Forgot about the Fling. Oh, and Fling also meant that you couldn't be Sucker Punch. Probably. Protect Kowtow, Fling. Other move that I maybe saw and don't remember. So this Archaludon has revealed itself to not be Stamina. I'm not entirely sure if that means that it's also not Stalwart. Kind of would like to send in Incineroar to test the game theory. Or I can just Terra Steel Kamo and Clang Soul. I don't want to get Iron-Headed on Indeedee, so I'm going to do this. It might have been better to Dazzling Gleam to maybe break a potential Sturdy on Archaludon. Berserker is going to Helping Hand. Indeedee is going to Protect. Kamo is going to Clangorous Soul. Archaludon goes for the Steel Beam, which is going to KO me. The Steelworker and Helping Hand combo. Okay. Really wish I swapped in Incineroar there. Alright, Torkoal, you're in. Ironhead is the last move on Kingambit. That makes sense. Oh, of course, for the Steelworker, you need a Steelworker move. Archaludon Helping Hands again. Dazzling Gleam gets a little bit of chip. Caledon goes for the Steel Beam into Indeedee, which is going to KO Indeedee. But getting rid of our Caledon means that they don't, unless they Terra, of course, but they don't have a resistance to fire anymore, and I have 2 fire types, so this isn't terrible. But I think a Terra on their end will really shore up the game. Grassy Surge is fine. I think I fake out, and actually, let me fake out their Rillaboom. It might be faster. Hard to tell. Rillabooms tend to run faster than Incineroars. I don't remember how much speed I put on mine. I think I'm going to fake out their Berserker, because their Berserker is the one that can do the... Okay, they fake out my Incineroar, which I think I'm fine with. Unless this is an Iron Head flinch. Torkoal gets the Heat Wave both here. Gets rid of Berserker. This might be... They might be trying to go for the Go-Go endgame again, which is a lot more viable here. Because I used my Terra on Kamo, so I don't have it for... Okay, they went for Scizor. Yeah, we have to... I think we have to see a Terra from one of these mons here. Rillaboom, I feel like, is more likely to be Terra Fire. Who's the one doing the damage output? You can have high horsepower. And I'm going to click Heat Wave because I think I need to... Yeah, you have high horsepower. Our knocks off Torkoal. It's hurt by Rocky Helmet. Will-O-Wisp is going to decrease Rillaboom's damage output. Heat Wave is going to decrease both of their damage outputs because they will be unconscious. Funny how Torkoal has replaced Ninetales as the main Sunsetter. Yeah, once Torkoal got that drought, it goes crazy. As it for Isaiah's set. However, Isaiah, that was pretty epic. And I think epicness deserves a Pokemon. So if you would like a Pokemon on the last day, you are more than welcome to have one. The Steel Beam Arcalodon especially, that was pretty awesome. I really liked that one. Alright, this is what we got left. Except for the Flinks. Flinks is just kind of here for now. Ninetales can still hold its own, so it's definitely not outclassed. Yeah, definitely. Definitely still advantage to both. You want Tyranitar? Alright. We can do that. you can just trade me out like a regular Pokemon. That would be much preferred. Something that I can just release real quick. Shiny Dragonair. No, thanks. I don't use other people's shinies. So I'll just stick around in my boxes for like eternity until I can find somebody else to give it to. Be a lot easier for me if it was just some random mon. I can just transfer. Most of my boxes are shiny. Well, if you need to catch like a chonk real quick, we can do that. Alright, we're gonna give him some time to catch some random Route 1 Pokemon. Oh, in the meantime, though, I'm gonna sit on my new starting soon screen. If I can find my mouse. Look at that. We got clouds, and now Embor's got big sleepy energy. Of course, by putting this up, I am risking somebody signing on and being like, why is it saying starting soon, like, an hour and a half into the live stream? Does this guy ever go live? Ready? Alright, let me play my mouse again. Go back over to console. Alright, Tyranitar for the Route 1 Scatterbug. That'll do. Oh, the Scatterbug got really big there for a second. Anybody else see that? A teaser has caused me so much trouble in past battles before. Well, now you've got it. So now you can terrorize other people with it. Let me go ahead and do some box management. Back into the wild with you. Back into the wild with you. And now, and Didi, you, and you. And then this can line up. And then I can put the Tatsugiris here. And I can put the giraffes here. I want to use this, though. But there's no way for me to do that. Because this is the Sun team. Or what's left of it. And then it doesn't connect anything here. This is the Tricker team, and this is 4th team, and then 5th team stuff. I need to lose I need to lose one more Sun team Mon. Then I can bring these guys up here, and I can fit the entire first 3 teams in this first row. Anywho's, it's... Link battles are now available again. The floor is open. I hope that one day Game Freak remembers that Pokemon XD Yellow Darkness exists and either gets a remake or a sequel. You know, Pokemon games like XD. I think that would be great, yeah. Some more difficult Pokemon games. Aimed at telling some crazier stories. I think that would be neat. Or even if it was just like a pixel art game, like Gens 1 through 5, but kind of in like the older style, with some Gen 5 sprites, or Pokemon from Gen 6 through 9 in like the Gen 5 sprite style. I think that'd be neat too. Be interesting to see. I think that's what I'm excited for. It's Champions. Nothing else has me impatient waiting for it. I know, right? It's this year, and Champions is, if I had to guess, it's probably going to come out pretty close to Pokemon Day, if not on Pokemon Day. But I just want it so I can see what the formats are, and then I can start planning around the new formats. Because I want to go crazy during Champions. Hello, Ultim, how you doing? The formats may be around Megas, honestly. Yeah, if they're immediately gonna dump everything into it, then Megas are definitely gonna be big. I feel like the way that they would start it out, though, is a format without any of the mechanics. Just like pure Mons, maybe the ones from both Legends ZA and Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus, even though Scarlet and Violet has all the Legends Arceus Mons. Well, no, actually, I guess it doesn't have all the Mons. It just has the Hisuian ones, which are the ones people care about. So did Legends ZA die off already? I haven't played it yet. The hard thing about Legends ZA is that it's not really strategic. It's more just kind of mindless fun. Just running around KOing people. So the competitive part of the game doesn't really exist. I mean, more so just, at least for me, I just sign on and get the Mega Stone of the season, the battle season. Alright, we got Odd coming around. Thankfully, I get to decide the rules. But Odd, if all the rules are in the description, in case you need to look over those. We are doing Reg F battles. And if you don't win your first time, don't worry. We'll help you out. The main purpose of this is to get people learning about how to play VGC, which is competitive Pokemon. So if you don't win your first battle, no big worries. Alright, we got some pretty good Mons here, honestly. I like to see Hitmontop. Good on the Intimidate. What would I bring into the opponent's team? I think Dozamud is good once Rillaboom is gone. The question is, how do I consistently get rid of Rillaboom? I think I bring Talonflame and Paragraph, and then I... What if I actually... I do Trick Room mode first, and then Doze on Tatsugiri. But Porygon 2 can counter the Trick Room, though. I think I lead the Dozo. And then we see what happens. Keep in mind, that this is a best of 3. So there'll be 2 battles after this. I was excited to finally try Mega Frostlass. I think Mega Frostlass is pretty interesting. I have to look over what new moves it got in ZA, if it got any at all. Okay, I foresee a Howl here. Could also definitely be Burning Bulwark while Metagross does something else. The main thing is that Paragraph being here doesn't really benefit me. I think it benefits me to go straight into Dozo mode. And I'm going to try and order up into the Gouging. Good look at fun? Yeah, good look at fun, Ultim. So we're gonna form Dozo mode, which means that we're gonna get the Omni Boost. Gouging Fire is going to go for the Howl, but thankfully we are unaware on our Dondozo, so that doesn't benefit us, or it doesn't hurt us quite yet. Order up into Gouging Fire, does that much damage, giving Dondozo an attack boost. Metagross goes for the Heavy Slam into Farigiraf, but Tatsugiri avoids it. So if I was them, I would probably... What would I do? I really want to Waterfall into Metagross just to get some chip on it, but another Order Up boost is fairly interesting, and I don't think Metagross can do too much to Dondozo. So I'm going to Order Up into Gouging Fire. If they... Yeah, Burning Bulwark. Makes sense to me. Psychic Fangs into Dondozo for some damage there. If I was them, I would have swapped in Rillaboom on that turn. And then they could fake out me next turn and get the Howl off. Gouging Fire is going to leave, not wanting to get KO'd. And Porygon 2 is going to enter. I think that this is... Okay, it's download Porygon 2, but that doesn't affect us because we're unaware. Order up into Porygon, is that much? Get another attack boost. Psychic Fangs into Dondozo. I would like to keep Porygon 2 from setting up Trick Room, so I'm going to go for the Waterfall. And with the Stab and our attack boost, I think it will KO whatever is in the slot unless Rillaboom enters. But so far they've revealed 3 Pokemon that are not Rillaboom, which makes me think that it didn't come. We're going to see it's Terra on Porygon 2 into Fairy, which doesn't change our play too much here. Dondozo goes for the Waterfall, and it critical hits Porygon 2, but I don't think that critical hit mattered. Metagross Psychic Fangs, and that brings Dondozo down to half. And now comes in Tornadus, so they did not bring a real bone. So they could Tailwind here. I think I'm fine with them Tailwinding. I just want to go for Waterfall and Metagross. Metagross might still be slower even if Tornadus does go for the Tailwind. Oh, Tornadus has the Swagger. Okay. Does Metagross have a non-Swagger Berry? It does. Slumberry is going to snap it out of confusion. Waterfall, unfortunately, critical hits Metagross, and I think that one does matter. The attack boost on Metagross didn't matter, though, because Dondozo is unaware. But that is definitely a little unfortunate, because that would have given you another chance to maybe critical hit my Dondozo. But now what do I want to do? I think... I think if Gouging Fire goes for Burning Bulwark on this turn, I think I'm still fine because I have Tatsu. Oh, I still have Talonflame. Yeah, Talonflame with Dual Wing Beat. I guess this matchup should be fine. Okay, Tornadus just doesn't like the Waterfall. But I'm +4, so that makes perfect sense to me. Gouging Fire goes for Breaking Swipe, Tatsugiri avoids it. Dondozo does take some chip, but Dondozo is clear Amulet, so we don't take the attack drop. And now we can order up into the Gouging. That's going to knock out the Gouging Fire. But GG. Little unfortunate on the crits there, but I don't think they changed the course of the battle too much. Maybe just sped things up a little bit. Clamulet Dozo is so nasty. Yeah, it definitely has its benefits. Alright, let me pick another one of these teams randomly. These 4. Let's go with this team. Alright, seems to be the same team as last time. This time we don't have an unaware Pokemon, though, so the Howls can get out of hand rather quickly. I think my best... What's my best? My best starting Pokemon, I think, is Grimmsnarl. And then let's have... Maybe Blastoise comes. I think it would be very valuable to bring Blastoise here. Because I don't think I want... But that Pokemon... Maybe actually... This Pokemon is good against that Pokemon. This Pokemon is good against that Pokemon and kind of that Pokemon. I think I do this. I think I do this. I do feel better about not bringing Scizor here. I think Scizor can be a bit of a liability. No. No, I think I definitely should have brought Scizor. Maybe even over Archaludon. Because then I can knock off Porygon 2 and knock off Metagross. And have X-Scizor into Rillaboom. Okay. So I see a Steel-type move coming into Grimmsnarl's future. I'm going to Reflect and Iron Defense. Or I could just go into Arcaldon and try and tank it. Yeah, I think I swap in Arcaldon and go for Iron Defense. I think Side Swagger into Heavy Slam is what they're going to go for here. Metagross's attack goes sharply, but it gets confused. Eats its Confusion Berry. Blastoise gets off Iron Defense. So Blastoise is faster than Metagross. Metagross goes for Earthquake. Okay. That's a little unfortunate for our Arcaldon. What we do is swap in here and go protect on Blastoise. I'd almost say your own unaware against Arcaldon's specs. Yeah, if you're dropping your own special attack, it's the double-edged sword there. Dondozo doesn't care about stat drops as much as it doesn't care about stat boost. Tornadus goes for the Tailwind, and Metagross goes for the Earthquake. Doesn't affect Pelipper, but now we have Blastoise's Rain Dish active. If they Side Swagger again, they risk confusing themselves. And Tornadus might have Bleak Wind Storm. I kind of just want to get rid of Metagross, so I'm going to try and chip it with Body Press first. I see opponent Terra on Metagross into Water. So it's good I didn't go for the Muddy Water trying to do spread damage to both. Pelipper gets off the Wide Guard. Tornadus does have Taunt. Metagross goes for Second Fangs into Blastoise. Body Press doesn't even do a third. That's pretty bad. I could protect here. I don't think it's crazy if they just try to attack here. I think protect would be best. Tornadus does go for the Bleak Wind, and this is going to be guaranteed accuracy. Who do they attack with Metagross? Okay, they attack Pelipper. The opponent made a great play there. They have very limited outs now. I think it's pretty likely that they taunt Blastoise. I think my out is that they mess up and don't. Okay, they do Bleak Wind. Iron Defense means Blastoise gets another defense boost. Psychic Fangs, unfortunately, is going to pick up the critical hit. Which I think I don't think I can come back from this, even if I get good on para turns here. We'll try. Actually, I think I just need to double the Metagross. That's gonna click Tailwind, which I couldn't stop it from doing anyways. How much does this do? Okay, it KOs Metagross. Spirit Break. Might be Covert Cloak, might be Sash. The critical hit is nice. It is Covert Cloak. Rain stops. So we can't Electro Shot again. Who is their next Pokemon? Okay, it is Hitmonlee. I think what needs to happen is they're probably going to fake out here. Who do they fake out? I still have Terra. This turn is pretty pivotal. Not gonna lie. I think I Spirit Break you. Terrastalize. Flash Cannon you. Okay, Tornadus withdraws, which is good. Into Rillaboom. Terraflying does mean we don't get Grassy Seed or Grassy Terrain recovery. I love Iron Defense Range Flashlights, but it does require some setup. Yeah. That much it does. Caldon gets a stamina boost. Flash Cannon does damage to Rillaboom, not great damage. Spirit Break is going to hit him on top, and him on top actually takes it really well. Gets Grassy Recovery. We had to Terra there, or otherwise him on top would have KO'd us. But now Rillaboom gets to fake out something. I think I Reflect. And no. I think I need to deal damage to the Rillaboom. Woodhammers into our Caledon. Our Caledon lives. Gets a nice stamina boost. Might have been better for me to go Body Press at a certain point. Poachings into Rillaboom. Caledon gets another attack into it. Lowers its special defense. Okay, Thunder Wave you. And Flash Cannon in the slot. Rillaboom goes for Grassy Glide, trying to pick off our Caledon, perhaps. Which makes my Thunder Wave kind of pointless. Those combats into our Caledon. It doesn't KO our Caledon. Gives our Caledon another defense boost. Flash Cannon is going to kick. This is where I really wish I had the grassy terrain recovery, mind you. This one's coming down to the wire. Of course we're losing frames while this is happening. Oh well. Tornadus, the old reliable partner, has now made an appearance. I think Thunder Waving the Tornadus makes the most sense, but Tornadus could go for Tailwind. I think it makes the most sense for it to go for Bleakwind Storm, though. So I'm going to Thunder Wave it. And just click Body Press and hit him on top. Thunder Wave is going to miss Tornadus. That might be a crucial miss here. Yeah, because I went for the Bleakwind Storm. Oh, but it missed our Caledon. Hold on, we traded a miss for a miss. So now we get to KO him on top. And now we can Thunder Wave, Flash Cannon, Tornadus. Wow. That was a crazy Archelodon endgame. Probably the craziest one we've had. GG's, GG's. Alright, got one more in the tank. Or was that 3? No, that was 2. That was definitely 2. Because the first one, it was Gouging Fire, and then it was Tornadus. So now we're down to where it really matters. Third game. And third game, I get to pick any of these. And... I think it makes the most sense for me to bring this team. I'm just feeling a vibe with it. Looks to be the same team for them. So we both have Porygon 2s. And we have Grimmsnarl again. What to do? I think Rillaboom definitely just doesn't come here against 3 Pokemon that resist, or the 4 Pokemon that resist it. I think Torkoal, no. But Rillaboom for the Earthquake, though. Okay, you, and then you. And then... And then who? I guess you. And then you. And we'll see how it goes. Strange how Game Freak didn't add a battle tower for Scarlet and Violet for those not interested in competitive battling myself. Yeah, they really have slowly been weaning it off over the generations. Like, Gen 5, you had the Battle Subway, and that had, like, everything. And then Gen 6 was the Battle Chateau, and that had at least singles, doubles, triples, and rotation battles. And then Gen 7 had the Battle Tree, which was just singles and doubles. I don't think it had triples in rotation. I think triples in rotation were gotten rid of by that point. Hitmontop did give me attack boost, which is kind of nice, but... let's do this and this for this turn. This might backfire horribly because they'll just throw a Steel-type move into... Yeah, actually, I probably should have just set up a Reflect. That was a bad move. I might lose the game off this move. Then I could have Sucker Punch Metagross. Okay, they pick out King Gambit. That's... understandable. Metagross Heavy Slams, Grimmsnarl? Yeah, I should have Reflected. Okay, that's not over, but that is a pretty bad turn 1. So I give them 2 options to hit. I'm just going to do the generic play here, which is the Sucker. If they predicted, then they predicted, and that's a good play on them. I made a bad play, so I'm in a defensive position, which means that I kind of need to hope my opponent makes a mistake. The opponent is also going to Terastallize. I'm going to Terastallize Metagross into water. King Gambit gets off the Sucker Punch, but it's no longer super effective. It does that much damage to Metagross. Hitmontop goes for the close combat into Porygon 2. As its defense falls. And special defense. Metagross also Psychic Fangs into Porygon 2. Porygon 2 gets up the Trick Room. And that's pretty important. And now we can recover. And Kowtow. This Metagross is Bullet Punch. It might be able to pick off P2. Okay, they're gonna withdraw Metagross, but into who? Tornadus. We're going to be playing a Trick Room game, then it makes sense for them to get rid of Tornadus. Porygon 2 recovers. King Gambit gets the Kowtow off. And that's just going to flat out KO Tornadus. Tornadus, Rocky Helmet? No. Okay, close combat into King Gambit. Does that much damage, a little over half. Hitmontop is lowering its defense and special defense. Okay, in comes Gouging Fire. Gouging Fire is Photosynthesis, but it's Photosynthesis speed, which is not good in this Trick Room setting. So I want to say Terra Blast with my special attack boost, and the fact that special attack has been lowered on Hitmontop will KO Hitmontop, and Hitmontop is the most threatening piece on the board right now. However, if it becomes Porygon 2 and Torkoal left, I think it will be harder for me to KO Gouging Fire. I think I'm going to Terra Blast and Protect. I want to see what Gouging Fire does. Or at least have a chance to hit Metagross. Okay, Gouging Fire did go for the Burning Bulwark, which is good. That does not KO Hitmontop, and it gets to eat a berry. Came very close, though. Close combat goes into King Gambit's slot. So that was a good King Gambit Protect. Now I think we Terra Blast and we Kowtow, and they might just double with Gouging Fire. I think it would definitely be worth trying to go for the double for the Burning Bulwark, because if you get it, you get to stall another turn of Trick Room, which is pretty valuable. Terra Blast picks off Hitmontop. Countdown Cleave into the Gouging. Terra Dark Black Glasses +1 means the Gouging Fire goes down. And now comes in Metagross, who I think I'll go for the Sucker on. Alright, and King Gambit pulls it out. That went from a pretty terrible turn 1 to pretty good once we got the Trick Room up. But GG's, Ultim, that was a very good set. I think you obviously know what you're doing. And, since this is the last day, if you would like to trade for one of the Pokemon that I have left, I think, especially since you used Tornadus Side Swagger into Metagross, I would definitely be willing to trade you a Pokemon for that. That was pretty great. I was expecting Odd to win, not gonna lie. Yeah, they had a great team. Had a bunch of surprises, had a bunch of strong bonds. But we were just, especially with that Archaludon endgame in the second game, that one was a real nail-biter. But those are the ones that we got left. So let me know which one you're looking to get. Rayon 2? Alright, I can get rid of one of the P2s. And a regular Deerling sounds perfect to me. Alright. Oh yeah, send you back into the wild on your merry way. Now I can condense this down to this. But I can't condense it any further than this. I also need some water. So I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I drank a cup of water. Where did I put my controller? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now it's Portal and Link Battle, and I'll wait for stream to catch up. Once it does, the floor will be open yet again. I may make a new team for Sillies. I mean, whatever works, works. Another thing that I was thinking about champions is that I'm gonna be interested in like what items are available right away. Because when they tend like when Scarlet and Violet launched, we didn't have a decent number of the berry, like the super special berries, like Key Berry and stuff. I also wonder if they might introduce like new items. That will maybe be in like Gen 10. Or maybe they just have some items in mind that they're going to use for like balancing purposes. Because if it's a Megas format, items won't matter as much. Because Pokemon will be holding Mega Stones. But if it's a format where like it's legendaries but no megas, like Zacian, who kind of needs this item to activate its other form, but its item like isn't in the game yet, then that means that Zacian just receives a huge nerf. Oh, we got Max. How you doing, Max? Max is hopefully going to pick the fourth option, which is official rules 1. But we'll see. Oh, they're letting me choose the rules. How splendid. Alright, official rules 1. And let's back-to-back with this team. That feels random enough. Now just keep in mind, Max, that it doesn't let us sit on this screen for forever. So if you just want to pick some Pokemon, you're more than welcome to figure out a whole team later, because this is more for practice rather than anything else. Nobody's really expected to win on their first try. It's all about getting used to Pokemon VGC and getting some exposure to it. So don't think too hard when picking the team here. Alright, here we go. What do we have? An all... I was gonna say all water-type team, but there is in fact a Victory Bell here. I want to say it's the first time we've ever seen a Victory Bell. Definitely the first time we've seen a Piplup, a Poliwag, and a Poliwhirl. I know somebody's brought a Poliwrath in the past. Well... I think bringing Kingambit in the front to account for Gyarados Intimidate makes a lot of sense. There is a fighting type, but we have Sneasler, and Rillaboom comes. And I think Porygon 2 in the back is very solid. Alright, it's Piplup and Gyarados. Gyarados is going to Intimidate both of my Pokemon, but that will activate Kingambit's Defiant. Sneasler, unfortunately, is going to not benefit from Intimidate. But we can keep coaching up Kingambit. Kingambit gets an attack and defense boost. Gyarados goes for the Hydro Pump, which does that much damage. Kingambit gets off the Kowtow, which does all of Gyarados' health at +2. Now what is Piplup going to do? Piplup goes for Whirlpool. So now Sneasler is unable to leave, trapped in the Vortex, some may say. And we'll be taking some residual. Next up, Shiny Poliwag. I think... Yeah, I kind of want to see what the Poliwag does. I'm going to protect And I'm gonna coach in King Gambit. Poliwag goes for the water gun. And Piplup goes for the drill peck into a steel type. Alright. Sneasler takes some more Whirlpool residual. King Gambit suckers into Poliwag. That's gonna take it out. And close combat's going to take out Piplup. And lastly is Poliwrath. Against the world here. I think it's worth it just to sucker, and I'm gonna swap in Rillaboom. I really don't have to, but like, optimal play. There is a universe where this is like Salak, Poliwrath secretly on like a set that maybe got cooked up through a Wonder Trade. But that did enough damage, so okay, Water Gun. Even if it got off the belly drum there. Or if it went for belly drum there, it wouldn't have gotten it off. GG's Max. If you would like a rental team, I can help you out with that. We use some mods that some other people have used. If I scroll up here a little bit. We just... So that's a team for a rental code that you can use. If you want me to show you how you can use rental teams, you go to Battle Stadium. Give me just a second here. And then you go rental teams. And you do battle teams. And you'll click on one of your empty slots, and you'll enter that code. But in the meantime, floor is open. Hello, Smooth Life, how you doing? Alright, seems like Max wants to try it again. We'll see what they've got cooked up this time. Hopefully they're selecting the correct rule set. And that would not be it. We're looking for Official Rules 1. The fourth one down. I enjoy versus viewers content. Oh, what do you love about versus viewers content, Smooth Life? What drives you up the walls about versus viewers content, if I might ask? All right, this is a pretty good team here. Let's got Urshifu, Lilligant, Torkoal. Very Trick Roomy, but the Sun mode is hard to deal with. Except for my Sun mode has a way to deal with it. Except for if they lead in DD Hatterene, then it's a little tricky. So I think I have to do this Pokemon and this Pokemon. Let's do this and this, actually. And then I think I bring this and... maybe this, just out of necessary, to help me beat that one Pokemon. It's good engagement for the viewer. I mean, amen. Do you tend to watch a lot of Pokemon, Smooth Life? Alright. Max might have timed out there, so their team might be semi-random, but that might benefit them. Alright, it is indeed he had a green lead. Indeed he sets up the Psychic Surge. He's going to activate its Psychic Seed. Sonora gets down Intimidate here. And we're going to Snarl here and Sleep Powder into Indeedee. Gets Sleep Powder, lands into Indeedee. Indeedee did not follow me. So maybe it went for Trick Room here. In which case that would be the best case scenario. Snarl does some damage to both. More notably gets the special attack drop on Hatterene that we want. Hatterene does go for the Dazzling Gleam, doing damage in both. Yeah, I think I should just try and KO Indeedee. We're going to see Terastallization from the opponent. And we're going to Terastallize Hatterene into a Psychic type. You could drain Indeedee for some damage. Exeggutor gets to restore some health. Indeedee wakes up and goes for Psychic into Exeggutor. Not doing too much damage. Knockoff into Indeedee isn't quite able to KO it, so if it went for Trick Room here, it could have gotten off the Trick Room. But it did not, so better for us. I think our best move is Knockoff and Expanding Force here, because I think Expanding Force will pick off Indeedee. And now that Hatterene is a Psychic type, it no longer resists the Knockoff. Play the old games and new games, so yeah, I'll spend time watching different things. Mostly casual playthroughs or stuff like this. Rarely time for other challenges. Not a Nuzlocke/randomizer fan. That's fair. It's perfectly fine to engage in just a casual way. I definitely more so enjoy the more difficult stuff. But there are definitely some games that I prefer to play casually. Like I tried doing Infinite Fusion as a Nuzlocke, and I wasn't really enjoying it that much. Okay, we're gonna send in Torkoal, and this was Urshifu Dark, yeah. Torkoal's going to come in here, and Ursaluna might just protect. If it protects, though, that means Torkoal comes in easier. And if they KO Exeggutor, that means I get another Incineroar swap in. Or an Incineroar swap in right away, rather. Now Torkoal is going to set up her Sun. And it must be Choice Scarf. Ursaluna goes for the Headlong Rush. And that's going to bring Torkoal down quite a bit. Ursaluna is now burned. But I play Reg J when I do VGC these days. I think Reg J is... It's Reg Guy plus Mythicals, yeah. Okay, Dazzling Gleam both here. Since the Urshifu revealed that Scarf and Fluttermane has Photosynthesis speed active, you should be able to outspeed the Urshifu and KO it here with Dazzling Gleam. And because Ursaluna went for Headlong Rush, I feel pretty confident that will do a lot of damage to it. And Fluttermane will still have its Sash. We can get off another attack after this. If it didn't KO the Ursaluna, but it does KO the Ursaluna. GG's, Max. That one was definitely a lot closer. But if you want to keep playing, I would highly suggest it. I think Max really would have benefited you there is if you had gotten off, or at least tried to get off Trick Room. Because since you had the Ursaluna in the back, it would have done way better against Fluttermane if it was outspeeding the Fluttermane in Trick Room. And a lot of the team that you're using is based around Trick Room. But if you did want to bring Trick Room, I think bringing Lilligant Torkoal as your lead could also have done a lot of work there. Maybe not against my Incineroar, but definitely against my Exeggutor. Because the Lilligant would be faster than Exeggutor, even though they're both Chlorophyll. Let's bring this team. Okay. Same team as last time. How do I feel on just leading Tyranitar Arcanine? Not terrible. I think double Rock Slide and getting a flinch on the Pokemon going for Trick Room is kind of game. I also think that leading Primarina, Arcanine, and then Rillaboom and Tyranitar is pretty safe. Instead of just trying to go for the double Rock Slide, because if they lead Urshifu in a double Rock Slide, things become very hairy very quickly. Whereas if they lead Urshifu here, it's not as bad. Alright, we might be seeing another timeout from Max. But it might benefit them again. Their lead last time was fine. I'm a weirdo. Most gens I enjoy Reg A because of the extreme limits making me think creative, and the final Reg because it's all out. Yeah. That's what I really liked about Reg H, is that is all the little guys, and not big bad Urshifu coming barking down my door. Okay, it seems like they have mixed Sun here, with Lilligant and maybe Ursaluna, but Ursaluna is not going to... Here's the thing, is I go for Hyper Voice, and I go for Flare Blitz, and I don't think Primarina takes Leaf Blade if they swap in for Solar Blade. But yeah, this is kind of rough. I think I go for the all-out play here. That is Sash. But now what happens? Who moves first here is my question, because Solar Blade comes out, but there's no Sun. So Primarina gets to go for Hyper Voice, KO Lilligant, and do big damage to Ursaluna. Ursaluna's Guts is not active yet, because it hasn't burned itself on its Flame Orb. It does Headlong Rush into Arcanine, but I'm fine with that, because it gives me a free switch into another Mon. So if they were Leaf Blade and they had Leaf Blade Primarina, I think Primarina might go down to that. And then if they had hit Arcanine, what I would do is I bring in Rillaboom and Tyranitar here, and then the Sand should... Actually, no, I guess Grassy Terrain would be active then. Let's bring in Rillaboom, just in case they bring in their Weather. Okay, they brought in Urshifu. Urshifu has shown itself to be Scarf before. I was willing to bet that they were min speed Ursaluna. So then if Primarina did live the Leaf Blade, then Primarina would at least still get off an attack. Here I think we Hyper Voice and Fake Out. Right now I'm doing that and finishing replaying Yellow. That sounds like a good time. I never got to play Gen 1 as like a real Gen 1 experience. And nowadays when I try and play anything that's like just straight Generation 1, I just never get to vibe with it that much. Because I don't have that attachment to Kanto like a lot of people do. Okay, in comes Indeedee. Actually, if Indeedee had swapped in last turn to set up Psychic Terrain, and Urshifu had just gone for like Poison Jab and a Primarina, I could have gotten a little hairy. Because then they would still have whatever that Pokemon was, Ursaluna. But now, I think I'm just gonna Hyper Voice, and I don't think U-Turn would KO. I want to get out of here though. Close combat into Rillaboom. Does some damage into Indeedee. Now I get to bring in Tyranitar. Tyranitar is going to set up our Sand. Indeedee goes for Psychic, but now it's into a Dark type. Primarina gets off Hyper Voice, and that manages to pick off Urshifu. I can go for Hyper Voice and knock off. because I grew up with it, Crystal is my favorite. I played until Gen 5, then picked back up Gen 6, skipped 7, and I've been back since 8. That makes perfect sense to me. At least you got to, play 5. 5 is definitely my favorite. Love me some black and white. So Max, my advice for you there was, obviously Solar Blade when Sun wasn't active, but if you had swapped in Torkoal on that turn instead of Ursaluna and gone for the Solar Blade, I think you would have comboed a lot better there, because you could have gotten your Sun up right away. And since you saw that I didn't have Tyranitar on the field yet, you would get your weather for at least a valuable turn there. And then also terrestrializing Ursaluna didn't work out there, as the Terra Ghost is still got KO'd by Hyper Voice. So I think your Terra could have been a little bit better timed there. But if you want to try again, you are more than welcome to do so. Gen 7 is also a pretty decent gen, in my opinion, to skip. All that came out of Gen 7 was like Z moves, Trials, Ultra Beast. You didn't miss like a crazy amount. It's not like Z moves have ever come back in any capacity, That's where I stopped. I didn't like the new Pokedex, and I was also senior in high school when it came out. Went from Heart Gold to Silver to X and Y, but I've considered playing it. Do I need to play Black and White if I want to play Black and White 2? You don't have to. Black and White 2 is definitely a sequel to Black and White. But you can still understand Black and White 2 without having played Black and White. You might need like a story synopsis on Black and White to really appreciate what happens in Black and White 2. Because all the characters will be like, oh, this thing happened 5 years ago, and now we're doing this thing instead. So you get to focus on the new stuff. But it's like, oh, I want to kind of know about the past stuff. Alright, let me bring this team. Alright, seems like Max is going with this Trick Room Sun team again. I think I should lead Blastoise, and actually maybe I bring Grimmsnarl, Scizor, Pelipper. Actually, maybe Raichu should come to this, because the Fake Out does feel pretty valuable. Then again, I don't think the speed control is as useful, because there's nothing that Raichu quote-unquote outspeeds. It's Choice Scarf and then Chlorophyll, and then everything else is slow. So there's nothing really in that middle speed tier for us to take advantage of there. I think, oh. Okay, we'll only bring 4 Mons. These are going to be level 100. I think we didn't get the right rules there. I wasn't paying attention. I think we're about to battle level 100s against level 59s. In which case we got to back out. I just hear the story is good in Black and White, which is so interesting for Pokemon, but Black and White team seems really good and content packed. Yeah, they added a lot of good stuff in Black and White too, like the difficulty modes. If you ever ended up playing a perfectly legal version of the game, but maybe not, you could enter codes and like ROMs to unlock different difficulty modes. And, like, unlike Black and White, where you can only use the base Gen 5 Pokedex, in Black and White 2, you get a bunch of the previous Mons. Okay, they brought all their Mons, and they're level 100. We're gonna have to restart this one with the right rules. But yeah, I think it was only like a couple years ago I played through Black and White 2 to re-experience it. And I was like, this is still good. Like, after playing through Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet, which I think Scarlet and Violet still has a good story, but playing through Black and White 2, man, that was a good time. Especially since it was before the forced everyone experience share, where everyone just gets experience in the battle. I had to, like, actually train up my Mons, and pick the same team. Or did... Wait, no, we need to change rules. But because there wasn't the group experience share, it felt like whenever a Pokemon leveled up in a battle and, like, had a meaningful impact that it gains, like, several levels, it felt it felt like a lot more meaningful to that Pokemon. Versus instead, whenever you, like, play through a Pokemon game now, it feels like you're using your entire team of 6 all the time against, like, a trainer that only has 2 Pokemon. We gotta change the rules. We can't do no restrictions. We're doing official rules 1. That's why is it that Max, you gotta select official rules 1. Max, you're still picking the wrong ones. Pick the 4th option on the drop down menu. Or you could let me pick the rules. That would also be great. Okay, that's official rules 3. We want official rules 1. We're getting closer. If anyone cares to play a game of Reg J, I'd be happy to share a code. Maybe later. Oh wait, what was... Are we on the right... Yes, we're okay. We're on the right rule set. Okay. I don't think... I definitely have a Koraidon built. I don't know if I have another legendary and or mythical built that I can use. Okay. Last time against this team, what did I do? I think I did Grimmsnarl, Scizor, Elver Blastoise. Probably try... Oh wait, I already read that stuff. Don't mind me, just being dumb. Alright, looks like Max locked in their choice this time before it timed out, which is an improvement. We'll see what they end up bringing. Alright, is Urshifu and Lilligant, which I think is okay for me, because I want to Spirit Break and Bullet Punch. Lilligant might go for Sleep Powder here, but I at least get damage on something. Damage on both is good, though. Urshifu is going to U-turn. And who is going to enter? Ideally for the opponent, it's Torkoal. And it's Hatterene instead. So Lilligant goes for the close combat. The Spirit Break is going to come out. That does some damage to Hatterene, but it does get the special attack drop into Hatterene, which makes it more manageable. I think I'm going to Spirit Break the Lilligant. Actually, no. I'm going to Light Screen. And that was just Lilligant going for close combat into Scissor, wasn't it? What I want to do is I want to Bullet Punch off Hatterene and then Spirit Break Lilligant, but I know the best move for my opponent would be to bring in Indeedee here. And then try and set up Trick Room. I think I Spirit Break Lilligant and I protect. Lilligant goes for close combat. Spirit Break comes out into Lilligant, and that manages to KO it. Hatterene does go for the Dazzling Gleam here. Its special attack was lowered, but I think it still has a pretty good shot at picking off Grimmsnarl, but it does not pick off Grimmsnarl. Okay. Alright, Ursaluna is revealed to be the last Mon, so they again brought Lilligant without bringing Torkoal. I can't Thunder Wave either of these Mons, so I think the best thing for me to do is... Who do I have in the back? Those two, right. I think the best thing for me to do is to... I think it's to Reflect, and then go for the Bullet Punch into Hatterene. So that will KO it. Reflect helps out our back Mons against pretty much just Ursaluna. Alright, Ursaluna did an Earthquake, so that means we still get to keep around Grimmsnarl, which is a little awkward, because Grimmsnarl can't really do anything to Ursaluna except for Spirit Break it, but that's only if it gets to live. And if Ursaluna Choice Scarfs into the slot, then that's just awkward for us. We can't Thunder Wave the Ursaluna. We've already set up our Reflect, but Ursaluna will just Wicked Blow crit through that anyways. I think we just line up the Spirit Break and go for the Weather Ball here. Poison Jabs into Pelipper. It's going to break our Sash, but Pelipper gets to Weather Ball into Ursaluna. Spirit Break is going to pick off Urshifu. Alright. Let me bring... I think this team. Been a hot sec since I used it. My advice on that one, Max, is that you gotta really think about how your Pokemon work together. Because we saw Lilligant, but we didn't see Torkoal. And we saw Hatterene, but we didn't see Indeedee. So it's really important to think about how your Pokemon pair together. To really help you out. I think we lead Brute Bonnet Talonflame, and then we have Dozo mode in the back. Lilligant and Hatterene is a bit of a mixed combo here. I think I do this, and I do this, in the simplest terms. Dual Wing Beat gets to hit Lilligant for super effective damage, and we get to ignore the Sash because we hit twice. Rubon gets to go for the Bullet Seed, which it looks like Hatterene will live 5. But we will still do a lot of damage to it. Hatterene goes for the Expanding Force, but there is no Psychic Terrain active. Still does a lot, because it's Life Orb. Talonflame now moves just a tiny little bit slower. But now Urshifu gets to come in. And it is Scarf. I think the best move would be to Spore it, to put it to sleep. And then, yeah, we kind of just have to sack Talonflame here. Like, I could sucker the Hatterene. Yeah, actually, let me sucker the Hatterene and then Tailwind. Because maybe they just decide to close combat the Brute Bonnet. No, okay. They use Urshifu to pick off Talonflame with a good U-turn. Max, you gotta get this time before the timer runs out. That would be ideal, because then you get to pick your Mons. See, here we get to bring in Indeedee. Would have helped out Hatterene a lot earlier. And now Indeedee gets to activate its Psychic Seed. I think we're gonna bring in Tatsugiri here. I'm gonna do something that might throw the game away. Should I do the thing that throws the game away? Yeah, it'd be funny if they hit the Tatsugiri. Let's do it. If they close combat the Brute on it, then they get a defense drop, you know. And I get to do the funny thing on the next turn. Okay, they try U-turning into Brute Bonnet. If I had Mirror Coated. And Didi's fast. But now I can't do the funny thing. And now they are Charge Scarfed into U-turn too. So if they had went for Wicked Blow into Tatsugiri trying to kill it there, that would have been real funny. But that's not what happened. It's not the world we live in. And Didi gets to take one guaranteed sleep turn, and will definitely get owned by Dozo. So I'm going to try and get rid of Urshifu. See, I could have done the funny thing there, too. Who did we miss? Not the Urshifu, please. Oh my goodness. Tatsugiri. At least we dropped in Didi's accuracy, but like, come on. Four times. Tatsugiri's move here isn't going to matter. Leave poor Max alone? I mean, I'm trying to help Max. I think it's great that they brought both Ndidi and Hatterene in this one. It's just too bad that Ndidi only came out whenever Hatterene got knocked out. I think the combo that you really want to try is, like, lead Lilligant and Torkoal, and then have Hatterene and Ndidi in the back for the Trick Room cleanup. Ndidi wakes up, goes for Psychic into Dozo. U-turn cannot hit Tatsugiri because it's currently inside Dondozo. Waterfall is going to manage to pick off Urshifu. Psychic hits Dondozo for a pretty decent amount, but now Weirdness disappears from the battlefield, and it will no longer be buffing the Psychic's damage. And down goes Ndidi. Alright, we'll try it one more time. This will be the last battle of the quote-unquote set. What I guess I haven't used this one in a while. But yeah, if you want my advice, Max, I think lead Lilligant Torkoal and then have Ndidi Hatterene in the back would be really good. I'm going to bring Pokemon not thinking that that's the lead. I'm going to bring Pokemon thinking that anything on the team can come. And my anything on the team can come Pokemon is probably Sneasler. Nah, maybe not Rillaboom right away. I think Grim. Let me rethink this. I think Grimmsnarl, King Gambit, Porygon 2, and then Sneasler. Yeah, I think I try that. Alright, we see Torkoal Hatterene lead. So they're maybe hoping to get up a Trick Room. I think my best opening is to late screen and protect. If we lose Grimmsnarl, then we lose Grimmsnarl. It just means I get to bring in another Mon here. Hatterene goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Does damage to Grimmsnarl. What does Torkoal go for? Goes for Weather Ball into the King Gambit slot. Okay. So, I think I Spirit Break the Hatterene and I Terra Dark Sucker it. Because there's no Indeedee here, so I can just Sucker the Hatterene. Suckering a Hatterene does that much. Grimmsnarl finishes it off with the Spirit Break. And Torkoal goes for the Weather Ball. This can do a lot. It does do a lot. That is a survivable amount. If they had gone for Eruption, then Grimmsnarl would have died and I would have gotten to bring in another Pokemon. But now we have Lilligant and Torkoal next to each other, which is pretty good for the opponent. I guess Thunder Wave into Torkoal and then Suckering the Torkoal is the best use of my turn. Lilligant goes for the close combat, which means that his defenses drop. Maybe I should Spirit Break to the Lilligant instead. Oh well, Torkoal couldn't move because paralyzed. I think we bring in Sneasler here. And Spirit Break. Acrobatics to Lilligant. Lilligant goes for the Solar Blade. That's going to KO Grimmsnarl. Acrobatics is going to do damage to Lilligant. Weather Ball is going to come out from Torkoal. That brings Sneasler pretty low. Bring on 2 downloads into a special attack boost. I think I have to Terra Blast the Lilligant here, and the Lilligant can only take out 1, or at least deal damage to 1. Do that. Last Pokemon comes in. Maybe I should have gone for the Dire Claw Poison. Yeah, I probably should have. Oh well, here's close combat. Solar Blade gets charged again. And that's going to go into Sneasler. And that will KO Sneasler. Parablast picks off Lilligant. Weather Ball comes out from Torkoal. That does that much damage. Harsh Sunlight fades, so now Torkoal's Weather Ball is just going to be normal type. Maybe I should have gone for Trick Room last turn. Who's this? Okay, it's Urshifu. Urshifu decides to lock in U-turn, and I think it loses the game on that. Torkoal couldn't move because paralyzed, but if it's Choice Specs Torkoal, it can only click Weather Ball. And because Urshifu didn't click Close Combat, now I can just click Recover. Like if it was Close Combat and it didn't KO, then Urshifu would be dead anyways, but at least the Close Combat crit has a chance to KO. Whereas now, Urshifu clicks Terra Poison. Clicks the U-turn. Porygon 2 recovers. Torkoal gets Weather Ball, but it's normal Weather Ball, so it doesn't do anything. Terra Blast now KOs Urshifu. Our team's light screen wears off. So I better recover it just in case. I think Torkoal will die with the +1 Terra Blast, but might as well recover. You know, I could make the Torkoal struggle. Just a thought. An intrusive thought. Alright. Critical hit to finish it off. Is a tad bit unnecessary, but so a lot closer there, Max. I really liked when you had Lilligant next to Torkoal. I think they were doing great. You had a lot of offensive pressure, but then the sun ran out, and Urshifu didn't click Close Combat, so you lost a lot of the offensive pressure. All of the offensive pressure went out the window immediately. But because you showed improvement, I am willing to trade you a Pokemon. You haven't been chatting in chat, though, so I don't know how you're going to tell me what Pokemon you want. Maybe, okay. Put a Fire-type Pokemon in the trade if it's a Pokemon you want. And if it's not a Pokemon you want, then use a normal type Pokemon. And that's how we'll use the yes-no. Alright, so let's start off with Pelipper. Do you want to pick... Oh, actually, let me give you a sec to look over all the Pokemon we have left. Think about which one you want. And maybe find a normal type to say no with, and a fire type to say yes with. And we're gonna go through them. So do you want Pelipper? Alright, that's a no. What about Raichu? That's still a no. Okay, what about Torkoal? Okay, that's a no. Are they there? I mean, they're holding up a normal type, so I'm assuming this system that I made up on the fly for people who don't chat is absolutely working. Alright, that's still a no. What about Grimmsnarl? Okay, that's a no. What about Indeedee from specifically the Sun team? Alright, that's still a no. What about Fluttermane? Maybe it would help if you had two normal types and then you swap back between them to signal a different no. Alright, that's a no. What about Exeggutor? My wild guess is that every offer will be met with a no. That would be rather unfortunate, and that will be a terrible future. If I don't see a fire type before the end of this, I'm going to be very disappointed. That's all I gotta say. Alright, still a no. You know what, just to make sure that you understand the system, we're gonna change normal type to grass type for no. So if you don't want the Pokemon, hold up a grass type now, just to make sure that you understand the system. So what about Incineroar? Okay, we understand the system. Perfect. Alright, so not on Incineroar. Alright, so what about... we're not going to talk about NTD specifically from the Trick Room team. What about Rillaboom? Okay, Rillaboom is a no. What about Sneasler? Offer something you normally would never to see if you get a reaction. I mean, that would be kind of funny if it was like a shiny Zarude that's like not even attainable for like their grass type no. It's like, oh, okay. Guess you just got one of those sitting around. Okay, no on the Sneasler. What about Porygon 2? That's a Deoxys. That's not a fire type or a grass type. Alright, grass type for now. What about Brute Bonnets? Alright, that's a no. What about Dondozo? Was that definitely a no on Dondozo? Let me see the no again, just in case. Alright, that was a no. Max, you're making me... We only got 3 options here, alright. What about Tatsugiri? That was maybe a no. Okay, that's a no. What about Farigiraf? Alright, that's a no. So, by process of elimination, you should be looking for the Talonflame. Alright, I guess it was the Talonflame. We'll never know if the system really worked because we never saw a fire type. But at this point, I don't care. I got rid of a Talonflame. That's perfectly fine with me. All right. All right. We've been going for nearly 4 hours now, which is phenomenal. They've pretty much all been filled with battling, which means that and we got rid of a bunch of mons today. Yeah, this thing is pretty easy to get. I feel bad transferring it, but oh, I can do this. This is kind of sneaky. This kind of breaks the rules that I had set out, but like it works. But alright, if anybody else is looking to battle, now would be the time, because I think I have one slot left. But if not, then we can call it quits for today. Looks like Odd has come back into the fray. Alright, we'll go at it again. I'm gonna bring this team. I'm unfortunately disqualified. I mean, you could requalify yourself. It's not unheard of. Alright, bit of a different team. We're seeing Metagross, but we're also seeing Shinpao, Kamo-O, and Ogerpon, which is very threatening. Especially with the potential redirection. If this is Ice Bear Shinpao, then it really destroys Indeedee Hatterene lead. But so does Metagross. I don't hate Indeedee Primarina lead. And then who? I think I do Arcanine and Rillaboom. But that... I don't like that because I can lose to that if... I think I have to do Hatterene and Rillaboom as like a Hail Mary play if something goes wrong. I might get rid of one more Pokemon here. And that would be great. But we'll see. Alright, it's Ursulina Metagross, which is not quite what I expected. Psychic Terrain goes up. And DD Psychic Seed activates. Metagross also Psychic Seed activates? Okay. I mean, this it looked like it's a Trick Room Ursaluna, right? So do I want to gamble it on it being slower than my Primarina and just Helping Hand? I think I just want a Helping Hand Hyper Voice. I don't want it to get its guts, though. I don't think Metagross can hurt me that badly with Heavy Slam. We'll see. Ursaluna goes for Protect. That makes perfect sense. Metagross does go for Heavy Slam, and it critical hits me, so that KOs Primarina. That's pretty bad. That's very bad. Okay, that's very bad. I kind of just have to ignore the. I need to get rid of the Ursaluna first. I need to give Metagross like all your friends are dead syndrome, but I don't think I can do that. Especially if this Ursaluna is like a good defensive Terra, like Terra Poison. What is this Ursaluna gonna terrestrialize into? It's Terra Ghost. Might still die. Nope, it lived. Metagross knocks off into Rillaboom. Ursaluna goes for Belly Drum. Okay. Alright, I'm going to call out because I have to that Ursaluna is going to Protect. I'm going to Helping Hand Woodhammer the Metagross. Alright, Ursaluna actually leaves. And in comes Chenpao. Sword of Ruin is now active. But that means it's also active for Metagross. Woodhammer comes out. Does over half. Rillaboom takes that much. Heavy slams into Rillaboom. Makes perfect sense. Now we bring in Hatterene. And there's a couple ideas that I could do here. I'm going to gamble it all on this play. That they Dark type move into Indeedee and then Heavy Slam into Hatterene. If they double Hatterene, that's their best play. But it's kind of unavoidable at this point. I had to hope that they make a mistake here. Okay, the Ice Spinner into Indeedee instead. And Metagross Heavy Slams into Indeedee too. Okay. Chenpao wants to Ice Spinner. I'm perfectly fine with that. I can't break the Chenpao's Sash, though, is the problem. Did they... Yeah, they used their Terror on Ursaluna, who's still in the back. I think I had to try and take Metagross. If I had Dazzling Gleam there, it would have been so good. Okay, Ogerpon comes in. Has the Mold Breaker, breaks the mold. Henry gets off Mystical Fire. Does a lot, which is good. We like a lot. Sacred Swords into Hatterene. And... yeah, if I had Dazzling... Because now Chenpao's just going to be at its Sash. Unless what I have to do is I have to Follow Me, Redirect, and Dazzling Gleam. Ogerpon Follow Me's. Which is good, it won't do anything this turn. Dazzling Gleam. It's both targets, bring Chenpao down to Sash. Hatterene loses some HP. Chenpao goes for Sacred Sword into Indeedee, meaning that maybe it doesn't have a Dark Tape move. Grass disappears from the battlefield. You still have 2 turns left of Trick Room. Ursaluna comes in. I think I have to Follow Me to redirect Sucker Punch just in case that exists. And Dazzling. If it's like Iron Ball or something, no, it has to be Playmore because it burned itself. Chenpao does Sucker Punch, but it fails. That's probably why I was going for Sacred Sword before, because I at least wanted to get in damage in case I redirected. Hi, John Pico. Welcome back. I'm playing Legends ZA and Emerald. That sounds like a good time. Did you pick up the DLC for ZA? And we're still in Trick Room, yes. If I thought Metagross was going to protect here, I could, and I had Trick Room on Indeedee, then I could double Trick Room. Metagross does not reveal Protect. And Hatterene picks it off with Mystical Fire. Oh, man. Okay. That one started off entirely terrible. But Hatterene in back was able to save it. Okay. Alright, I get to pick any team, and the any team that I'm going to pick is this one. Alright, so what is advantageous to me here is that Dozo mode deals with a lot. How do I get to Dozo mode in the best way is what I'm trying to think. I think I start Farigiraf and Brute Bonnet, and then we have Dozo mode in the back. Alright, Ogerpon and Chenpao is kind of terrible. It's pretty terrible. It's only terrible if one thing happens, though. We're gonna see a terrestrialization from the opponent. Ew, this might be that one thing that I was talking about. Remember that thing that I mentioned that might happen? Ogerpon and Body Aspect is now active. Rubon is going to protect. Chenpao Ice Spinners into the Brute slot. Does Ogerpon live, or does Giraffe live in Ivy Cudgel? Answer is no. Okay. Yeah, especially with the Sword of Ruin, I shouldn't have expected that to live. What's my terror? Grass. I'm gonna try for a cheeky thing here. And that they think I don't form full Tatsu mode. Maybe I should Terra Dragoned. Chenpao Ice Spinners. I don't think that'll kill Brute Bonnet. Ogerpon Woodhammers? Yikes, okay. We were unaware to the attack boost, but if I had Terra Dragon there, I would have been in a much better position. Oh, this Bullet Seed's not even going to KO Chenpao. I was really counting on that happening. Even hit 4 times is that's pretty bad. Okay. Here's what happens is that they attack Brute Bonnet with something. Almost anything. I'll take anything. Okay, Ice Spinner's in there, so at least Tatsugiri will live. Ogerpon Woodhammer's into the slot. Goes down in health. Tatsugiri Muddy Water lands both. KOs both. Gets a critical hit on Shenpao, that probably doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's so good if I Terradozo into Dragon. If I Terradozo in a full Dozo mode there, I think I would have been better off. Well, then actually, I wouldn't have broken that one man's sash. I know Brute Bonnet is slow, but Tatsugiri is fast. It would be easy for Ursaluna just to go for Earthquake here. That is not a Terra that helps me. Muddy Water accuracy drop Ursaluna into Sucker Punch and Muddy Water KOing Metagross for whatever reason. Because I can't accuracy drop the Metagross. Who did we miss? We missed Ursaluna. Well, there goes our endgame anyways. Ah, if that is just a little bit more. And we accuracy dropped the Ursaluna. We maybe had it. Ah, well. I made a stupid play and I paid for it. I tried ZA but could not get into it playing yellow and some Scarlet VGC. Yeah, I think ZA... I think it's fun as its own game. I don't think what happens in ZA will ever spit... It, like, Legends Arceus at least spills into, like, the mainline games a little bit. With, like, the moves and stuff that it introduces. I think it's hard to, like, add complexity to the way Legends ZA is. Because it is more complex than yeah, I guess it is more complex than Arceus. Let's go with this team. I like how short the battles are in ZA. But I dislike the battle system because it doesn't feel strategic. It just feels chaotic. What do I do here? Last time we really suffered into Metagross. If I just leave you and you. And I have you and maybe you, actually. Might be Raichu time. You know what? Live or die by the Raichu. It's the last day. Raichu's gonna come to at least one battle. If it's this one, which is maybe the last one, then I have no regrets. Because I think we've brought every other mon at this point. Alright, it is Kamo and Metagross. Versus my Pelipper and Archaludon. Kamo might just click Aura Sphere. Or Keldon is AV. Like, do I really care about that? I think the answer is no. I think I would care about it. Please do not click Aura Sphere. I really don't want to see Aura Sphere. Kamo is going to Terastallize into Steel, which is a perfectly sensible type. And he's going to Clangor's Soul. It's also Throat Spray, so it gets another special attack boost. Electro Shot into Metagross does over half. And Metagross is going to Psych Up, which is pretty neat. Hurricane into Kamo does that much damage. So I'm going to Wide Guard expecting Clang Scales, and then Metagross is just going to, I don't know, it's going to do something, I guess. It has a Spadef boost now, so it probably lives another Electro Shot. If I'm expecting that I'm getting hit, then I should Body Press the Kamo to try and KO it. I think I Electro Shot the Metagross. Aura Sphere comes out. That's gonna one-shot our Caledon. Maybe I should have probably Terra Flying'd. I didn't think about that. Yet again, me not thinking about using my Terra correctly. And that ended up pretty pointless. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, I wide guarded. I'm stupid. I always forget that part. Can't do those back to back. Alright, Raichu versus the world. It's not over if Raichu Terra Electric crits the Electro Web on both Pokemon. Or, you know, Kamo gets paralyzed. Wait, no, Metagross has a speed boost. And we can't speed drop it. So Metagross will definitely just own Raichu here. I think it's only +1 speed though. Raichu's pretty quick. Maybe I should have gone for the Thunder instead to try and crit that. I think Terra Electric Thunder might have gone. No, not with the special defense boost though, actually from the Indeedee. Alright. I got played. I underestimated the Kamo and I paid the price. Probably should have just doubled it. There is a chance that was bulletproof though, and then me going for Weather Ball wouldn't have mattered. But alright, Odd, you get another Pokemon. GG's, GG's. Alright, these are the mans we got left. Rubon this time? Alright. One Stantler. And unless there's anybody else in chat who would like to battle, I think this is where we're going to call it. I'll sit around for about 5 minutes or so. Because I really only have time for one more. Staler's level 73. What? Where did this Staler come from? Oh, it came from Timeless Woods. I didn't think it spawned in the DLCs. Anybody in chat wants to battle, let me know. Who didn't? I guess, I did get rid of A and DD. And DD was very important for Psychic Terrain stuffs, but now I have 3 of them, which still will be good for future. 2 Pelipers, which, having a Raichu for Mega Raichu, I might have to be a Mega Raichu. Y is the physical one? I think X is the Volt Tackle one. Mega Raichu Y. And having an extra Pelipper for a Weather Setter isn't a bad thing. And then I get to keep the rest of these guys. Oh, and 2 Tatsugiris. I already have too many Tatsugiris. Having 2 Mirror Coat counter Muddy Water Taunt Tatsugiris. Oh wait, Mega Tatsugiri is a thing. I can convert one of these Tatsugiris into a Mega Tatsugiri. Forgot about that. Oh, and then 2 Farigaraphs. Farigiraf runs a lot of sets. It's fine. I can have 2 of these. I can have 3 of these. I'm sure I'll find another use for the Incineroar. For me, this might be on the channel at least. Unless they introduce another 7-star Terra raid, which it seems like they're just going through the old ones now. But for the channel, this might be it for Scarlet and Violet. Which is kind of surreal to think about. Once Champions opens up, that'll be the battle format. And I'll just get the mons from Scarlet and Violet to port them into Champions. And I'm gonna be a Champions playing freak. Might put some other Pokemon in here. Like some of these extra, I might put I might reorganize the boxes so that there's just 2 competitive boxes, and then that's a competitive box, and then move the boys. I gotta figure out what I want to do with receiving. Receiving just has a bunch of Pokemon that I want to Wonder Trade. Maybe one tiny little stroll down memory lane. Just looking at all the mons that I got. I'll probably shiny hunt off camera for the ones that I don't have yet, but man, yeah. It's not really the end of a generation, but for me it feels like the end of my first streaming generation, because I didn't live stream Generation 8 at all. Put a lot of heart and soul into especially once we get to the 7 stars. What a time those were. We laughed, we cried. There was a Wonder Room Hoopa Unbound that I still think about to this day. So many Annihilates. Why did I think I needed so many different Terra Annihilates? They never brought back the Ditto event. That was only like one time right at the start of Scarlet and Violet. And then they were only just like, here's Blissey like every other month. Never Dittos again, which is too bad. I miss that Ditto event. I want to get more Dittos. But Mightiest Marks, man. Look at all these guys. Every single one of these has a stream attached to it. Several hours of my life that I put into concocting how to beat a tough battle, man. Because these were hard. A lot of them. Some were easier than others. I know you were difficult. I think Dragonite was easy, actually. Dragonite was like scale shot something, so you could take advantage of that pretty easily. Venusaur, I think, was pretty hard because it would like Sunny Day and Growth immediately. But then it was actually like fully countered by Air Balloon, Hisui, and Goodra with Sap Sipper. Man, those were the times. Oh, I might move these Mons into that competitive box. Also some in here. I still have to get like all of the Scarlet and Violet like friendship Mons. These are 3 of the 4 Elite Four Mons. And then some other ribbon Mons. Some other random singles Mons that I have. VGC Cat. Some rejects. Paradoxes. Like big competitive Mons. Side boys for fighting Terra raids. And then other random Mons. Morphin time. I crack myself up sometimes. And the boys. What a group of Mons, man. And we're back to receiving. And back to me taking my Pokemon. Alright. Nice little stroll down memory lane there. And it is over 4 hours on our first day of Stream Extravaganza 2026. 5 years ago, I probably never thought I would get this far in live streaming, but I'm glad that I'm here. And I'm glad that I'm going to keep making content and pushing myself to the limit. And trying out new things. And tomorrow, I think we're going to start Hollow Knight tomorrow. I'm pretty excited about that one. So I hope to see you there. A little sneak peek. Take care. See you in the next one. Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.